Guilty Honor, subscribe to the channel.
Mic test the mic. My YouTube app broke again. Let's toss a test in the chat here. Thank you, keyboard. Yes, thank you, keyboard. Woo! Let's see if that goes through. Oh, it looks like it's working. Everything looks okay. I've got green lights over there.
You got time to duck?
Boom, 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 boom. It does bring me joy to see you using the grenade launcher, Mr. Nathan. Woo. All right, I think everything looks okay. I've got coffee. I should probably grab a bottle of water real quick. Oh, I need the fucking tripod. 1 second. Alright, we got the tripod, we got the phone. Skip the ad. Alright, we can hit the dang old button, I think. Let's see. I hear music. Everything looks alright. I think I'm gonna switch this to full screen projector. What? All right. That looks okay to me. Let's get stuck in. Oh, mic is a little high, isn't it? Mic test is high. Let's bring it down a little bit. It's blowing the fucking ears out. All right, let's see. It might just be because I had it facing the other direction, honestly. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back to another live stream here on Country Fried Minis. I'm your host, Cameron, the country boy in the big city, presenting once more from the Bullshit Corner 2.0. And today we're going to be diving back into our Zvezda BTR-80A kit. I've been looking forward to getting back in on this, and I figure it's the perfect one to start back up the streams here on the channel. Well, I guess we did do Tabletop Tuesday, but welcome. Hope you guys have something fun in your own hobby corners today, or you know, something interesting going on this afternoon. Either way, we're going to get stuck in. We're going to get a little progress done on this thing. I've given up any pretenses of trying to get this done on a time frame. We're just going to work through it, and it's going to get done when it gets done. And then I think what we're going to try to do is like a triple feature, short episodic on putting this thing together night shift style. So we'll do like an assembly video, and then a painting video, and then a diorama building video, I think. You leave Mike out of this. Well, Mike is a little abrasive sometimes. I can't always leave him out of it. Okay, so we got our kit, and I think we actually made a note where we were at. I guess. Yeah. We have a note here. Be sure to melt putty under B13. Okay. So with that, let's recap where we were at. And actually, before we get started, I gotta do this. Let me send you guys one of these. Here we go.
Country Fried Minis asked me. Cameron hier komt weer even langs om jullie wat kleine stukjes landelijke wijsheid te geven. Als je je miniatuurprojecten wilt afwerken met een enamel wash, neem dan zeker even de tijd om die modellen te behandelen met een stevige, laag, super glanzende, hoogglans vernis, zodat je de verf eronder niet beschadigt wanneer je het vuil verwijdert. Nou Cameron, dat klinkt als een super idee.
I like that he responds in Dutch.
Glansvernis is als een beschermend deken over je minis, zodat je ze vol kunt gooien met die enamel wash zonder zorgen. Het is net als het dragen van rubberlaarzen in een modderpoel. Altijd handig om een stevige bescherming te hebben. Vergeet niet te ademen tussen al die verfnevels, anders gaan die butthole bees zich ermee bemoeien.
But he said buttholes bees. Anders gaan the butthole bees. He said butthole bees. When did it become butthole bees and not colon bees? Also, I discovered a new meta with this as well.
Country Fried Minis asked me, can you tell us a story featuring cats and hot dogs? And perhaps a paint in a bag? I'd really love to hear your deepest thoughts, but in Dutch this time. Er was eens een groep avontuurlijke katten die dol waren op hotdogs en schilderen, maar ze hadden een probleem. Telkens als ze begonnen met schilderen, raakten ze door hun verf heen. Op een dag ontdekte een slimme kat een geheime techniek genaamd verf in een zak. Hiermee konden ze overal hun meesterwerken maken. Terwijl ze genoten van hun hotdogs en creativiteit, realiseerden ze zich dat het echte avontuur in het delen van deze momenten met elkaar lag. Meow!
Meow. Yeah, if you ask the AI to speak in Dutch, it will speak in Dutch. Okay, so recapping where we was at this last time. We had done the initial passes. We had finished up doing like the first layer of armor texturing because the whole model is basically two pieces. It's very light though, so it's probably going to get a second pass when everything is assembled. We'll jab at it again with a nice stiff brush and some acetone or something. And then we started assembling the suspension on the model. It involved a little cleanup of the parts and then gluing them in position. It does look like we have hella putty spillover, and that's what my note is about right here. Be sure to melt putty under B13. I can see it. Yeah, it's pretty chunky, but honestly, if we're gonna put a bunch of like dust and weathering up under it, I think it'll be fine. I don't necessarily think we're going to go with like crusty mud on this kit, but that's something to worry about way later. I also need to... Let's get this exposure right on the camera. I had turned it... I turned the exposure up because we were looking at some dark models in a stream on Discord. But this maybe needs to come down for the brighter kit so we can kind of see what's going on. Right? I think that works. Hey, look, an ad. How do I get rid of that ad there? There we go. Howdy, Mr. Mental. Did you catch that Dutch? Did you catch the another Nate Dutch from the AI? If not, I'll replay it for your approval or disapproval. We've discovered that you can ask the bot to speak in a different language and it will do so. Nope, just got here. All right, yeah, I'll send it back through. Check this out. I was mucking with the Tangia.
Country Fright Minis asked me, can you tell us a story featuring cats and hot dogs and perhaps paint in a bag? I'd really love to hear your deepest thoughts, but in Dutch this time. Er was eens een groep avontuurlijke katten die dol waren op hotdogs en schilderen, maar ze hadden een probleem. Telkens als ze begonnen met schilderen, raakten ze door hun verf heen. Op een dag ontdekte een slimme kat een geheime techniek genaamd verf in een zak. Hiermee konden ze overal hun meesterwerken maken. Terwijl ze genoten van hun hotdogs en creativiteit, realiseerden ze zich dat het echte avontuur in het delen van deze momenten met elkaar lag. Meow!
Is that intelligible at all? I'm assuming it's straight out of Google Translate. But I did find it very funny that the AI would just do it upon being asked. Okay, so resume where we was. Let's move those pieces over here. We're going to be working with this lower hull here, and we've got two more bits of suspension to assemble. That's our major goal for today. Maybe we'll aim for getting not only the suspension, but also like the steering linkage. This here looks like it's going to be a pain, actually. We maybe need to go in and clean up the putty spillover first. So let's actually do that. Let's pick a nice... Yes, it's bullshit, but it's intelligible text. Ah, yes, excellent. Paint in a bag. I think we can use this old stiff brush here. No, it's not as stiff as I was thinking. That's what she said. Maybe this one? Yeah, this old frayed little ditty here. And then what we need is a little dish of acetone. Let's see which one of these is going to work best. I think these all need to be cleaned. This one's a good candidate, it looks like. We just have a little blob of metallic paint in there, so we can loosen that right out with some acetone. A bunch of cats who like, god damn, the fucking... Have you guys seen the new ads that YouTube puts directly in the chat in the app? It's really fucking cool. Even more ads. I'm a big fan of ads. The bunch of cats who liked hot dogs and painting ran out of paint all the time until one invented paint in a bag, so they take paint everywhere to enjoy art and hot dogs. The best part was sharing the experience with each other. I mean, that sounds like a Nate story to me. I find it very funny that the AI Nate has been surprisingly Nate-like. Yeah. Looks like a job for some acetone. Yeah, exactly. I love acetone. It's good stuff. Where's our focus today? It's a little too close, I think. We might be able to work with that, though. I think if I would get really tight in on the camera, you guys should be able to see decently today. It's very washed out, though. Yeah, let's get in here and break this puddle of this blob of like 12 layers of this is Vallejo metal color duraluminum. No, it's jet exhaust. If we can just get it free, we can then use this little tin as a reservoir for some acetone. Yeah. These things are great. If you're out there hobbying and you don't have a set of these yet in your collection, I really recommend next time you're shopping online to toss some of these in your cart. These things are fabulous and fantastic. I use them for all kinds of stuff. Tamiya putty in that one. Contrast paint in that one. This is the black for my bases. Sometimes you just need a little drop of paint and you're going to do one little detail with it. No sense putting it on your wet palette. This is for varnishes, brushed on varnishes. Yeah, really good stuff. I think this is actually encrusted dirty down products. All right, what are we in for today? Welcome, Nell Butler. We are working on a 1/35th scale BTR 80A by Zvezda. Zvezda? I think the Z comes before the D. This is going to be for a diorama project sometime down the road. Originally I had planned on it being like a November project, but the scope of the ambition has really grown. Last episode we had to put a little armor texture on it because the kit is, the body is just like these two pieces, like the hull is ready to go. So we put a little armor texture on it. I think I'm going to reinforce that texture later. And then we started putting together the suspension, and now we're going to do a little bit more on the suspension, and then we can go back into working on like part what do you call it, like greebling and whatnot. So I think we're right here on step 10. Yeah, I see my check marks. Okay, so it looks like there's something odd happening here in that all of our like suspension stuff is on the back end. I'm not really seeing where it's kind of confusing. I don't really see where we're going with this. B20, I see the don't glue. I'm a little lost as to where this thing is slipping through. I'm guessing that it's gonna stick in right here. I really don't see where the heck it's going to be. This needs a lot more clarification. What the fuck is that? Like, none of these pictures are at an angle to show that part. Let's see. This also doesn't really show it. It looks like both the back wheels have the like plug style insert, so this slip through part has to go on the front somewhere. And I have no fucking clue where it's at. They didn't put any detail here for me to indicate where it goes. Oh well, let's fucking make it up. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend this kit. You need to know what the hell you're doing before going into it. Do we have 222s? We do have 2 B-22s. It doesn't say to do it twice, but it is what it is. Okay. So, B-22, and we've got 2 B frames. So we got our B-22, we've got B-6s, which are here. We've got 2. We got 2 on each frame. Okay. And then I see this B9 part, and I think it's this one right here. We've got a B9 and a B10. Yeah, B9, B10. So it looks like what we do is we put this like through linkage on the front too. They're gonna get slipped through. Though honestly, that also doesn't really make sense. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's our indicator. The holes on the front are nice and wide, and the holes on the back are little tabs. So, let's get back to what we were doing with the acetone. Let's clean up this putty. We're gonna run the, I don't know what you'd call that, the steering linkage or whatever. The infamous model instructions. Hey, not all model instructions are created equal. This one, it's kind of perfunctory. I think maybe it's probably intended for experienced modelers. Okay, so we got our acetone. I'm gonna put a little in a dish. I'm using this instead of my model cement because it's a lot cheaper. And we're going to get in here and we want to smooth out some of these, some of this excess putty off of these parts. There we go. I should maybe have a paper towel. I'll try to hold this where it's like in focus. Maybe if I reduce the light. Let's try turning this one off. If that's any better. Okay, so we've got a little bit of spillover like right here. Just go ahead and remove that. I do love this Tamiya basic putty. It has been such a wonderful addition to my hobby product collection. So good. Big recommend having it. Melts beautifully with acetone. So if you're keeping acetone in your kit already, it really enhances its functionality. Get a little bit of spill over here, kind of destroying a bit of detail there. See if we can't start getting that free. I don't think that little bit of spillover is going to matter too much. That looks all right. Let's check the other side. That is also looking pretty good. Sick. Okay. We can go back to our instructions. We want B22, B14, B9, B10, B6, B9, B10, B6, 22, 14, 6 times 2, and 9, 10. All right. Let's get out one of our frames, and we're going to identify parts. We got 22 right here, so let's clip that out. Boom, we got our 22. We got our 6s right here. Ooh, gotta love this super high quality plastic. It's not bad, actually. It's definitely way better than the Zabungle kit that is now relegated to the pile of unfinished projects. We need 14, which is going to be right here. And we need 9 and 10 both. So we'll get this right here. And see if we can get it off the back end without breaking the details. I think I need some sharper side cutters. Oh yay, ads. Man, YouTube's been hella aggressive with ads. How long have we been going? 30 minutes? I've had like 5 ads at this point. Is it really every 6 minutes anymore on the old YouTubes? Okay, so let's pop this free. Kind of want to save this little bit. This might go in my sprue goo jar. All right. And I am not filming any of this. I think we'll film the second one in its entirety. All right. Just gonna do a little mold line cleanup. We got some ejector pin marks here. Yes. Nice little shaving. You know, the mold lines are kind of bad on these, but they clean up nicely. It's a good soft styrene. Definitely a joy to work with after removing so much PVC mold lines. Okay. Got a bunch of flashing in here. Try to get in there and dig that out. There we go. Honestly, working on this really just makes me want to go full out on a higher quality kit. Maybe not necessarily larger scale, but like higher quality, more accurate kit. What's the good brand? Like a trumpeter or something? Something with like a nice detailed interior. Okay. It's looking good enough, I think. It's a part that no one's gonna see anyways. Let's dig into this next one. That one's got some heinous connection points. But a quick little scraping. This isn't a brand new blade, but it's pretty close. Can't remember what I used it on, but I changed it out very recently. I'm assuming this is a little bit more exterior here, so we want to give a little extra attention to these outer bits. Would it be better if I zoom this in? Cut the view and angle. Like this. Is that better? Oh, look, another ad in. I really do not like the ads in the chat window. That's really fucking bad. You jealous of my tanky? Yes, a little bit. Mako Helio says, I have arrived. Yes. Welcome. Haven't been able to cut the baseboard today. Been raining all day. Oh, that sucks. Throw a Pokeball? I don't know if you want to throw a Pokeball at Mako. I don't necessarily support this idea. Alright, let's consult our instructions again. Does part 14 keep this thing? There's no indication. There's no indication. But you know what? This does not look like that does not look like part of the assembly, honestly. It's off to one side. Let's take a look at the other one on the sprue. Is that little bit part of the part? There's no way. Right? There's no fucking way. Let's see. It's gonna be inside anyways. And it looks like it's gonna be aiming downwards. Oh no.
Mako_Helios donated a $20.03 super chat. Sup Suka? Skier doesn't like that you're helping the BTR driver put his shit back together.
Kind of looks like a connection tab for an axle. Holy shit, Mako, that's an insane amount. Thank you so much, my guy. And honestly, that actually that meets the I think that meets the criteria for the goal, for the expressed goal. Let's see if I can give you this one real quick. I'll do this for you. Oh fuck. I gotta do this real quick. Come on, meow. 1 second, bear with me, y'all. Having some there we go. Let's do this for you.
Salute the sun.
There we go. Let's see if the my whole thing with the language request holds true. Looks like a connection tab for an axle. Yeah, it kind of does to me, but there's nothing in here, and it looks like it goes downwards. You know what? I bet it's a piece to help you define the height. That's what it looks like to me. Let's see if there's any like interior connections in the future. There are interior connections in the future. Okay. Right here. So, I think it stays on to define the height. Cool. Well, in that case, let's just clean up our exterior facing bits here really nicely. A little bit there. I don't know how much of this will be seen. Probably not much.
Country Fried Minis asked me, tell us a story about Mako and the colon bees, but do it in Russian. Однажды жила-была маленькая рыба по имени Мако, которая очень любила приключения. Однажды она наткнулась на тайное общество колониальных пчел, живших глубоко в лесу. Пчелы были известны тем, что охраняли необыкновенный золотой мед. Вместе с новыми друзьями Мако отправилась на захватывающее путешествие, чтобы найти этот мед. И в этом приключении они поняли, что истинное богатство – это дружба и совместные моменты.
Who the fuck knows what he said? Yeah, it works. It works. We have discovered, indeed. The Ask Me bots will speak in whatever language you plug in. And you know what? I bet you the other bots will speak in the appropriate language if you type it out. Or if you plug it in. That's so fucking good. Yeah, we kind of discovered that when I was fucking around with the AI recording that, or when I was recording the Dutch segment. Some of y'all were recommending that I try to get the AI to do it, and I had plugged it into Tangia, but I never heard it come through. And when I was checking the feed after that, I saw that it had attempted to do it, and I saw that it was in Dutch. So I was messing with it before the stream, and then I wanted to get the Nate bot to speak in Dutch, and I mistakenly copy-pasted the English and not the Dutch, and the English said, do it in Dutch this time, and he did it in Dutch, as requested. Alright, someone get the bot to speak in Dutch? Yeah, we've done this. We've done this. Here. 1 second. I'll do it. Here you go. Boom.
Country Fried Minis asked me, Cameron hier komt weer even langs om jullie wat kleine stukjes
That's him doing my
landelijke
lines
wijsheid
from
te
the-
geven.
from
Als
the
je je
thing.
miniatuurprojecten wilt afwerken met een enamel wash, neem dan zeker even de tijd om die modellen te behandelen met een stevige, laag, super glanzende,
Superglanzende.
vernis, zodat je de verf
Hoogglans-vernis.
eronder niet beschadigt wanneer je het vuil verwijdert.
En dan-
Nou Cameron, dat klinkt
Ja.
als een super idee.
Super idee.
Super glanzende hoogglansvernis is als een beschermend deken over je minis, zodat je ze vol kunt gooien met die enamel wash zonder zorgen. Het is net als het dragen van rubberlaarzen in een modderpoel. Altijd handig om een stevige bescherming te hebben. Vergeet ademen tussen al die verfnevels, anders gaan die butthole bees zich ermee bemoeien.
He said butthole bees. What's he talking about butthole bees for? Also, when did it become butthole bees? I think I said that earlier. I'm shocked that at some point the bot changed it from colon bees to butthole bees. Could butthole bees be like a subspecies of the colon bees? Like a population of them that doesn't really get, up in there? What do y'all think? We gotta define the lore here. After all, that's what the streams are for. Our buttholes are in danger? Never. Not if you use Nathan's own PFAS coated tubes. Alright, we have an ejector mark here, ejector pin mark, that looks like it actually deformed the part a little bit. So we're going to get in there and kind of cut that down some. A lot of this here scraping, slow progress. Hope you guys out there have your own projects that you're working on. Oh yeah, Nightbot. Hey. I want to do that too. Surface mounted colony. Yeah, exactly. The bees get involved if you forget to breathe in all the fumes. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. That is true. Just don't drink the chemicals. Alright, this is a weird looking part here. There's a lot of, really difficult to clean mold line stuff on here. And I'm pretty sure this part is going to be, completely buried behind a wheel anyways. Right? It's going to be completely behind all this stuff. I think so, at least. Yeah. This thing will be plugged into it. I'm not too worried about it. We'll just do a perfunctory cleaning on it then. Just enough that our little ball tabs work. If I can remember, that'll be a good talking point in the video later too. I mean, I've got to do at least some on it. I'll know that I didn't do it otherwise. And I think that's what really matters here. Personal satisfaction. Alright, we got one more suspension arm. I don't know what you call these parts. I'm not savvy. This one's got a pretty visible little mold line there, but comes off very nicely. I Do love a good styrene scraping. Okay, I think that's good enough. Good enough for what we're doing, at least. Buried under mud behind a wheel. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so our step here, it looks like we're gonna thread these parts through the frame and then clip them together, and then B6 is gonna get glued down. But that's it, right? It is really interesting to note, it says B22, 14, and B9 don't glue. So I think these parts are blacked out, like to say no glue, but this is not. However, if I glue that, the thing is not going to work. Okay. So these all stick through this bit, and I can't really tell which part of it sticks forward. I'm assuming all these pictures are in the same orientation. They look like it. So it looks like what we do is we'll start on the front. Start on the front, and then we'll record working on the back. So this feller's gonna come through here and rest. We'll stick that there. This feller's also gonna come through there. We did not scrape that. I don't really necessarily need any of the length scraped, but the little bit right here on the ends that might be visible should probably be scraped down. I'm still not 100% convinced I'm not gonna do like a flat tire thing. Not really sure yet. Alright, so we'll get those in there. And then get this thing set up. Scrape my styrene, Daddy. That seems like it would hurt. Tell you the truth. Okay, so part B9 will be, we actually want this one. No, it is this one, right? We want the pointy bit down. It'll be this part right here. Okay. And then this thing gets on it. And then we're gonna, you know, I should have put this together before threading it through. Let's do it that way. Let's get this thing clipped together first. There we go. All right. And then we'll thread this thing through. What we'll do is we'll take all the lessons we've learned here into our next part. Then this guy's gonna get threaded here. Come on, Meow. There we go. And it's gonna get stuck in this bit. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. All right. And from here, we're gonna take this bit, do a little extra cleanup on that surface. And we need our Mr. Cement S. That would be the desired correct. Oh no. I don't know if I'm on board for all this. It's a little early for all this horniness, sir. just a little bit. Okay, so I think in this case what we can do is maybe just like press this thing home and then use the capillary action of our lovely Mr. Cement to do the adhesion work for us. It's definitely going to be a bit of a tight fit because of our putty work, but that's fine. That's just fine. Yeah, I can tell already. It's that little bit of extra material. Okay, but that does the thing. So we got our bits lined up together. I've set this little cap down on top of the thing, and we're just gonna push that home. And you know, I don't think any of the little extra bits of flashing and mold lines are gonna matter on this part, not even a little bit. And now my Mr. Cement S is largely empty, so I'm having to shake it up. Oh, cool ads. The ads broke the stream chat for me. Yes, lovely ads. We're on top chat again. All right. So let's give this a good shake. Shake it up. And we're going to come in here and just like make sure that bit is nice and secure. Ooh, fuck. That was a lot. That was a big old dribble dollop there. Well, that'll do. At least it hit in the right spot. Okay. So we got our little linkage in there. Let's get this one in place now. Same deal. It goes like this. We clip it on the thing. Clip it on the thing, on the double ball. We do the thing there, and then there's like peg that goes in that hole. There we go. Nice. We got our happy little linkage working. Stick that back in place. Come on, Meow. Don't fight me. Don't fight me. Something is unhappy. I think something bent. It might just be the pressure of the of this thing on the other side. All right, so we need to clean this little bit of the tab remnants there. Looking okay. Sides are nice and scraped down. I think that's good enough. We're gonna do that same deal. We're just gonna press it home and then line up that hole over the peg and get everything pressed together like so. Yep, there we go. It's kind of free floating there, but that's fine. I think once we have there's a bit that's going to go in here and rest on top of that. That should help things work. Okay, that looks good. So let's give a little shaka-shoo here. And we'll get Just little dabs of cement. We really don't need much, just enough to coax those parts into doing their thing. All right. Got a nice little functioning wiggle waggle. And I just broke something. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. Shit fire. We're gonna have to reattach that part. That was not very secure. I bet I loosened it when I was trying to melt the putty. Alright, let's see if we can't get this thing reattached. I need 3 hands for this. Oh, come on now. Don't do me this way, you bitch. This is deeply problematic. Just need to hella melt the back end of this, I think. And we're gonna need a second pair of tweezers, I think. Can't see what the fuck I'm doing. I'm gonna have to kind of half-ass do this off camera. Oh, this is fucking lame, dude. Dang old asshole part. Not to be confused with the asshole bees. Which are different subspecies from the butthole bees, mind you. Yep. Okay, that is back in position. Let's toss a little bit of this in there and melt all that together. Problem averted, I think. All right. Now we get to do the whole thing again, but with the added challenge of reaching around to try. Yes. People honking their horns outside. We've had some construction happening down about a block away, so there's been like a week-long traffic jam in my neighborhood. Where are we sitting at? We're an hour in and we've done half of one step. Alright, let's get our camera set up. Reminder to any of y'all out there want to film your own stuff. Namely, if you want to film your own stuff and send it in for collaborative efforts on the channel. This tripod right here is like $15. This is a Tac Life MLT01. It is a cheap piece of garbage, but it's got this nice little attachment point here. This thing for your phone, and if you have some lights that you can set up at your desk, a nice little overhead, or maybe like a desk lamp that you could set up like your softbox here. Filming your hobby stuff ain't exactly difficult. What am I trying to do here? There we go. Let's get our camera set up. I think for the shot here, we're going to record. We're going to record instructions here. I'm going to gesture at it. We need 22, 14, B6, B9. All right, and then we're going to get our frame that still has the parts and show it to the camera. And we'll point out 22, 14, 6, and 9, 10. Show the clippers, and we'll start snipping parts off. I really should be more mindful about what shots are going into this, but I guess I'm just gonna film cutting all of these out. I'm not sure which ones I'm gonna use. And then we want 9 and 10 right here. Bink bonk. We want that on the floor, which we will pick up. And then we've got this guy. All right. And then I do want to show a little bit of scraping here. Just a bit. So we show the knife to the camera, and we show this little bit to the camera here. None of this footage may be useful. I just realized my thumbnail is a little bit dirty for the camera. That sucks. I did scrape them before filming today, but I think I should have got out the brush, the nail brush, and really got in there. It's funny, I actually don't really care too much about meticulous nail hygiene. Just like enough is fine. I mean, obviously that's not true if you're sticking your fingers inside another person. Make sure your nails are clean before doing that. But for the most part, a little grime under the nail is like, that's par for the course. However, when filming macro shots of you working on little fiddly bits, you gotta do your nails, man. You gotta do your nails. They need to be camera worthy. I've noticed that a few times in some creator videos, that like they do cool work and then their nails are like unkempt, and it drives me batty. Gotta do some field maintenance. Yeah, exactly. Yard in flattening complete. Oh man. You know, Mr. Nate, it's ironic that you're talking about lawn meowing when the robot talks so much about it. And speaking of robot, I got a robot thing for you to hear. We've discovered something. We've discovered a thing. If you ask the bot
Country Fright Minis
to speak in another language,
can you tell us a
it'll
story
indulge.
feature cats and hot dogs? and perhaps paint in a bag? I'd really love to hear your deepest thoughts, but in Dutch this time. Er was eens een groep avontuurlijke katten die dol waren op hotdogs en schilderen, maar ze hadden een probleem. Telkens als ze begonnen met schilderen, raakten ze door hun verf heen. Op een dag ontdekte een slimme kat een geheime techniek genaamd verf in een zak.
Slimme kat.
Hiermee konden ze overal hun meesterwerken maken. Terwijl ze genoten van hun hotdogs en creativiteit, realiseerden ze zich dat het echte avontuur in het delen van deze momenten met elkaar lag. Meow!
Yeah, and then we just did this one for Mr.
Country
Mako.
Fried Minis asked me, tell us a story about Mako and the colon bees, but do it in Russian. Однажды жила-была маленькая рыба по имени Мако, которая очень любила приключения. Однажды она наткнулась на тайное общество колониальных пчел, живших глубоко в лесу. Пчелы были известны тем, что охраняли необыкновенный золотой мед. Вместе с новыми друзьями Мако отправилась на захватывающее путешествие, чтобы найти этот мед. И в этом приключении они поняли, что истинное богатство – это дружба и совместные моменты.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Nathan says, on the upside, if you mess up the suspension, you'll know why they're pulled over. Yeah, exactly. I'm still not 100% sure what we're doing. I do kind of envision like a flat tire situation. So talking with Mr. Mental about it, I think there's a certain amount of like engineering that's going to go into like creating suspension sag. So it may be difficult to incorporate that. All right. I want to get a better shot of scraping these. You know what? Let's just fucking let me go get my nail scraper real quick and give these another pass. You know what? I could just cut them real quick. I don't think having one shot with a little bit of fingernail followed by another shot with them trimmed will actually break the continuity too much. Bear with me for a second, y'all. Normally, like I said, I don't actually care this much. I'm not super fastidious with my nails. Just enough so, right? Like I don't go around with black fingernails, but a little bit of like daily wear and tear is fine. All the way up to the point where you're filming macro shots of your fingies rubbing all over small parts. Ironically, the nail clippers live right here at the hobby space because of that. There we go. Okay. Hang that back up. And get back to it. Yeah. Much better. I don't think for a moment it would have actually bothered anyone out there but myself. And we show that is trimmed down, and then we come back and look at that. I'm going to figure out which one of these parts needs the love. We'll do this one right here. We'll show that to the camera. And really get in and scrape it clean. And then this guy right here, got these little bits. We're going to show that getting cleaned up. Just that little tiny bit of the suspension that's going to be sticking out. And then same on this other side. Got this bit. Ooh, I tore a gouge in that. We're gonna smooth that gouge. Nice. And then we show this guy. He's got this little bit right here. So we're gonna get in there and just cut
Another
through.
Nate asked me, make up a story about a bunch of otaku cat girls playing Battletech. They have snacks, infinite sausage, and whipped cream soda. Make it long and fill it with innuendo. Once upon a time, in a cozy, cluttered basement, a group of otaku cat girls gathered for their weekly Battletech showdown. Their ears twitched with excitement, tails swishing as they arranged their mechs on the tabletop. In this den of geekery, the air was thick with the aroma of infinite sausage and the tantalizing sweetness of whipped cream soda. This sausage is so filling, purred Nia-chan, nibbling on a succulent link while eyeing the
God,
enemy's
you
mech
can't
laden
say
terrain.
that.
I just can't get enough. It keeps coming. Purrin, her rival, licked a dollop of...
You can't. I think it has a maximum length, unfortunately. Holy shit, that is definitely fucking NSFW. Jesus. I thought y'all said it was too early to be horny, you filthy horn dogs. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, let's recap what that bot just said. Holy shit. This sausage is so filling, purred Nya-chan, nibbling on a succulent link while eyeing the enemy's mech-laden terrain. I just can't get enough. It keeps coming. Jesus Christ. Holy fucking hell. I mean, the bots obviously they're set up for Twitch, right? So like they know that it's they know to be horny. Here, let's do this one. Let's do HBK. Here we go. Here we go. In the yep. But do it in Here you go. This one's for you, Mr. Nate. Let's see if it goes through. Continue almost in the meantime. Clean all the parts. All parts need love. It's true. You gotta trim it up before you smash the parts together as well. Don't forget that. Clean up those rough edges. Ooh, is it gonna do it? I see it's in the queue. I don't know if I got it in the description, but Tangia is in the descriptions.
Country Fried
Here we
Minis
go.
asked me, tell us a story about Canopian cat girls piloting HBK 4G Hunchback while there are koron bees swarming in the cockpits, but do it in Japanese. ある日、カノプスのキャットがルーたちが HBK 4G ハンチバックを操縦していた。メガネがピヨコピヨコあたらら働き。尻尾も興奮のあまりフリーフリーしている。彼女たちが戦場へ突入したその時、突然コックピットにコロンにある B たちの大軍が現れた。ブンブンとイクの因が向き渡る中、彼女たちは冷静さを保ち、その状況を回復しようとする。結局、派手た。
Who the fuck knows what he said? That's awesome. You know, as much as I rail against AI swap, that's really fucking fun. All right. I think these little bits are they're all right. Again, these parts are really going to be hidden away, so I don't want to give them too much attention. But I also don't want to leave them completely untreated. You can at least cut that flashing free there and here. Okay. That is perfunctory, and I think that's where we're gonna stop with these parts, because now I want to film actually assembling the dang thing. Okay. Back to the camera. Let's get that back in place. We're going to change the angle a little bit here. And let's hit the one we can come out a little bit, I think. And then we're going to hit record. And we're going to show this part here. And we're going to show this part here as well, which the camera will not focus on. Clean off that little bit of flashing that we left. Stick this little bit of linkage together, like so. And we'll take this body, thread it through right here. We can get the damn thing together. There we go. Take this part, and we're also gonna, you know what, let's just do it this way. Let's just take this bit. Please focus, camera. It's like, it just keeps focusing on the background. instead of what we need it to focus on. Get those together. And then we're going to stick that in here. Yeah. Get those parts through the body. Flip it around. Line it up. Line it up and stick it on the fucking peg. God damn, this is annoying. Holy shit. Ooh, it's so fiddly, y'all. It's so fiddly. Alright. Get it in position. I need 6 hands to do this. But you know what? I'm glad for it. Because we have all that struggle on camera. Which is really awesome. It'll be a nice little clip about frustration and overcoming. Maybe even short-worthy. Push that into position, and we'll show our Mr. Cement S. Oh, come on, ads. No ads. And then we're going to come in with our Mr. Hobby Cement. We're going to stick it on both sides. And we got our nice little linkage thing going on here. All right, so now we got to repeat the whole thing on the other side, but the part's already assembled. So we're going to come in and clip the little doodad and then press that into the hole and then press it into the other hole, and we have this like little thing going on. We're going to double check that our cap is nice and trimmed back, and press this one home as well. She could have stayed. Get that in position. Shake up our cement. Give it a little dibble dabble. All right. And then we should have a nice working linkage. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's fucking progress, y'all. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Something weird going on with the linkage on this side. I think maybe something got screwed up with the connections on the inside, but it's fine. Push me into position. That's filthy. That's filthy. Okie day. So, oh, cool. I have fucked up big time. I see the problem here. damn it. God damn it. Okay, so these are on upside down. Let's see if we can't free our bits. There we go. One's free, one's free. Let's see if we can get this one before it sets. Yes. All right. No fucking worries. I should have filmed that. And in fact, I'm going to reapply this piece now. And film that. The suspension's where it at. Only if it's into the dirt. Ah, yes. This is nothing. This is no worries here. This is part of the progress. The struggles are part of the whole shebang. This is fine. This is fine. I'm just gonna show going through that whole process once more without stress. Be a nice talking point in the video about how mistakes happen, and that's fine. I almost put the thing, I'm making another mistake live right here. There we go. Dude, easy fucking peasy. We fixed the problem. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Thank you, Nightbot. Your input is appreciated. Boom. Easy. Fuck yeah. I maybe have lost a part though. I don't see where that other suspension bit went. There it is. Yeah, there we go. Fucking excelente. What's really sad is the part feels like it fits better the other way around. But the instructions very clearly have that direction like it shows. All right, excellent. And then we'll show regluing it. We'll show regluing it. We shall show regluing it. Hell yeah. Lovely. Lovely. Yes. Okay. Crisis averted and filmed as a point of interest in the video. So, we do indeed have working shit. Let's come in and give a check mark to part 10. Part 11. We basically got to redo 8 and 9, it looks like. And then 12. I think we'll do 12 first, because I want to film the double the double donger there. The double thingamabobber. Whatever you call that. Your piston, the suspension. Let's do that. Okay, so we need part B5 times 2, B4 times 2, B11 times 2. So here's 5 and 11 right there ready to roll. Go ahead and get those ready. You know what, I bet we can just set the other frame aside. Snip that free. Get our 11s. Get our 5s. Unfortunately, 5 and 11 look very similar. So we need to be cognizant of what is what. 5 has the tabs, 11 does not. Okay, sick. And then we need B13s. We got 2 13s right here. Pow and pow. And then we need 2 15s. There's 1. And then number 2 right here. And I think that's all the parts that we need. No, we have one more. We need 2 B4s, which are these lads right here. I think I cut a little bit of the peg with that, but that's fine. That's fine. All right. Did I not get 2? Yeah, there we go. All right. Time to pop a few bits free. Put those in the sprue goo puddle. Pile for the puddle. Alright, those are good. That is also good. These need to be separated. I can go into pile. All right, I think we're ready to scrape now. Again, these are bits that are really going to be hidden. So we're just going to give them like perfunctory care. There's a term for it. It's not placate, but it's similar. It's a soporific. I'm only doing this to, like, for personal satisfaction, to know that I did the thing. So I'm performing a sop here. In an effort to know internally that I did it right, rather than for any final purpose, because you will not see these. It is interesting to note details like this on a model. I'm assuming that all the bits that would be completely hidden are there just in case you do something really custom. Alright, there's 2 ready. Let's clean these bits off here. There we go. A little bit here, a little bit there. These really will not matter at all. This will matter a little bit, I think. Yeah. Get a little bit of a pen mark here. I'm gonna carve that away. Scrape these. I mean, I think in the right lighting and close inspection you'd see some of this, but not really. And I am kind of leaning towards a wet, rainy scene. So we'll probably do some mud. Which is just going to cover all this stuff anyways. However, if there's an off chance that a little bit of it's going to show, you got to clean all of it, because you won't be able to do it later. Alright, let's erase those pen marks. Next little bit. Lots of scraping. Many scrapes. Such tedium. I say tedium, but actually, so far, I have loved every minute of this. It's really good. Fun change of pace from mini painting. Okay, Hoost is next. Yes, yummy. And then we got another pen mark right here. There we go. Now these I recall being a little bit of a pain, because that is a really, really tiny little tip there. I do not wish to break it while trimming. There is a little bit of a extra bit of styrene on there. If I recall correctly, we ended up putting these parts together with the Tamiya putty, so we're gonna have to do that again. But before we get to that, I am going to hop up and fill my coffee cup, and then we'll start mixing up a little bit of putty. And just like that last bit, what we'll do is we'll assemble this first one, and then we'll film the next one, and then that'll leave us with, we're 2 hours in now. Holy shit. Well, almost 2 hours. We will get I think at least the suspension done today, and then we'll come back next Sunday to continue the project. Honestly, I should have started this several months ago, but I was waiting on hearing about 1.0 Tarkov, and it kind of came up on us really quick. We found out the date. Was it last month? Maybe the month before. So like, I'm sitting here thinking, even if I would have started then, with how slow this has been going, I don't think we'd be anywhere near close. This is probably going to be like, this will be the kind of the Patreon project that we slowly work towards. I'm thinking this one, and then when we're done assembling this, our scale model Sunday, we'll finish the Caprico, and then we're going to do our Nether Gundam after that. But yeah, let me grab some coffee, and I'll be right back with y'all. Give me just a moment. I just got to walk like 12 feet that direction. A BRB. I am back again. Did the Urban Mech thing work on the BRB screen? Where are we at? We're here. Yes, let's do that. Okay.
Piano Mao Niang Ha HBK 4G Simushi Sing Bato Rumekano Kaozong Nizui Moyuriti Masuga.
Yeah.
Kotsuku Pitsutoni no Tsuta the Chang Feng no Chauga Fang Shisi Isaru Chang. Hi Ha Kao no one Wojan Rihui Shite Feng Woku Kukotosura Dekimasen.
Oh, I love it. All right. Thank you guys for confirming so quickly as well. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, so what do we need here? I think we got to slow down and do this one at a time. For one, Let me pull up my projector so I can see what I'm doing here. We're doing part 12 first because I want to go back to 11 afterwards. It's got the double piston, and I want to capture the struggle of putting the double piston in. So we need our B5 on top. We need our B11 on the bottom, so we can shift those to the side. We need this thing. And we need this thing. Did I not clean that one? I guess I only did one. Let's see if we can't. Yeah. Now again, this is not a brand new hobby knife, but it is very sharp. It is fairly new. Okay, here we go. Now we need our is this the paintbrush I was using? Yeah, we need our paintbrush. We need our putty tray. Get our putty tray here. Dude, would it be better if I tried to focus that camera towards the bench? Yeah, I think that's maybe a little better. We can still kind of see about right here. What if I split the difference to right there? Yeah, we can still see the bench and to about here. We lose a little bit of that super close up, but we can still see here. Okay, sick. All right, we're gonna use our Tamiya putty. I'll capture your struggle putting the double piston in. No, that's private. That's not. No. That's for the OnlyFans. Okay, so we're gonna put a little bit of this out. Again, this shit is magic, and you should totally be using it. You can use your favorite cement. Anything that's gonna react with styrene. Is going to work with this. So what? We're talking xylene, we're talking mech, we're talking acetone. Any of those type of solvents is going to work great with this. And it dries super fast and is super sandable. I just want a nice thin mix of it, really thin. For one, it's going to increase the working time a bit that we have all this acetone in it. For two, it's going to be spreadable like, I mean, it's the consistency of acrylic paint right out the bottle right now, which is awesome. Everyone needs a helping hand sometimes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Okay, so we need to apply interesting. It looks like B13 actually is going to connect to our bottom piece. So we need this thing on first. This thing's going to go on first. So we need tweezers, maybe a second pair of tweezers. Okay. So I think we got to do B13 first. We're going to take our putty and we're going to put a big old dollop of it. Oh, weird. Very strange. Very strange. The layout is different on this side. All right, we're going to have to use tweezers. I'm gonna double tweezer this thing. Stick that there. And then I actually want to get a little bit of our Hobby Cement S while we're holding it in position. Give it a little love there. All right, that's good enough. Grab some more of our putty. And I want that in this hole here. Are y'all able to see that? I hope so. These parts are very tiny, unfortunately. Now, it looks like the thick end goes in like this. This lad is going to stick there in our putty juice. And we'll take our Hobby cement. Give it a little tap. Capillary action will draw it around that part and cause the styrene to soften and sink into itself. Now, this is going to connect there. Okay. Yep. This is a bit of a complicated assembly. Let me get the camera in on this for y'all. I should be able to zoom it in on that, I think. Yeah, here we go. Let's shift that over. So, this bit right here connects here, and then that thing on the bottom connects to the suspension piece. So we need to stick this in there. Wait, no. No. This is not the shape that it purports to be. I'm really fucking confused. It doesn't make any sense. Ross! My favorite asshole is back. Okay, this does not... there's a bit on the instructions here that is really misleading. This right here does not connect to that at all. Like, at all. Not even a little bit. This is free floating. You can even see in the picture right here, it's free floating. Ridiculous. Okay, so in that case, then, we can probably just push this thing into position as it is. Yeah. Lift that thing up. I maybe need 2 hands to do this. There we go. Get that in place. And we'll give it a little tappy-do of some cement. Oh fuck, that was a huge drop. Shit fire. Shit fire! Save the goddamn matches. It'll be fine. Let's get that in there. This bottle shape actually is kind of bad when the thing is mostly empty. Alright, that looks okay. That looks okay. I think we can just go ahead and Oh, we should probably stick this in now. Like that. And then this thing will stick on top. So we want to maybe fiddle with it some. Damn it. This might be okay. This might be fine. In fact, I think it will be fine. So the tricky part here is going to be, we need this piston in that hole right there. Here we go. Give that a little tappy-do. It does look like this is just going to slide right in. And I think that'll be fine. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. So we'll get that in position. And then use the old... use the fluid properties of this here. This stuff. To just do the adhesion work for us. So we want a little bit right there. We want that to melt together. And then we want this to melt into position. And we want this to melt into position. Damn it. Damn it. I'm making a huge mess. Sunny beaches. Let's just get this. It's so hard to get some of the fucking cement onto the brush when it's this empty. There we go. There we go. All right. So now we're gonna kind of prime this bit right here with some cement. Like so. And then we're gonna stick it in position. Thread that hole, stick it in there. Yes. Alright. And then I really want to double down and ensure that this thing is like nice and coated with cement so it really sticks in there, because there's not much holding that in position. Not much at all. 2 little points of contact and that's it. Okay, cool. That looks okay. We gotta do the same thing on the other side. And then we'll film doing one of these, I think. That's the plan. 2 o'clock. We're making all right time. This is so much slower than I thought it was gonna be. Let's see if we can bring this putty back to life with a little bit of acetone in there. I think it should melt back down. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff is fucking awesome. Alright, so we need to do that same deal that we did before. We'll take our putty. And we're going to kind of fill up this hole right here. Basically. Fill that all up. And that's going to create so much extra contact. And we'll take our little doodad. Thingamabob. And we'll get it into position. Right there. Get it kind of lined up as best we can. Okay, we shake up our cement again. And dibble dabble a little bit around it. There we go. All right. Let's grab a little bit more putty now. And do the same thing with this hole right here. Yes. And we're going to grab this feller. And we know that the flat end sticks forward. So we can just press that home. And give it a little bit of that. Excellent. And the lower piece can slide in. We learned from last time. Get that in. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus. Can you please not? You fucking dickhead part. I barely touched it. Let's try putting some putty on the bottom end of this time. That. See, part of me wants to just use super glue, but I need it to be a little bit flexible so that it stays a touch bendy when we go to put the parts in. Alright, so now, there we go. Much better. Stick that in position. Press it home. Come in with the cement. The bottle is so empty. It's so empty, I have to fully shake it up and let it run down that brush tip. Basically every time I want to swipe it. What that should do. Beautiful. Our little parts in there. And then we have this lad right here. And he's going to go on top. But we need to line up the peg of our piston and get it in the hole. There we go. There we fucking go. Let's go. Alright. Give it a nice shuck-a-shoom. And then I'm okay with that big drop. Let's get another dollop. There we go. That looks okay to me. And I think we want to do that same trick we did on the last one. We're going to take this part here and we're going to kind of prime it with the cement. Our styrene is already tacky when we apply it, because the little bits that this is going to stick to are much smaller than the openings for them. Alright, so we thread it and press it home. Sick. Same deal. Let's get let's put a little bit of cement in that hole there, and then double down and dribble some right here. There we go. And then some on the bottom as well. There we go. And any leftovers we'll put on that. I really want this to melt good and solid. Okay, that's a little bit there done. All right, so I don't think we necessarily need to film this one is like a little off kilter. Whatever. I don't think we necessarily need to film prepping the parts again. I think the important part of the storytelling now is going to be to that whole bit with like lining up the pistons. So I know we're going to need 4 15s. So let's go ahead and get those. Need 4x15s. X15. Come on. Why will you not snip? There we go. For these, need 2 13s. There happens to be 2 left on this sheet, so let's pop those free. Two 13s, bam, bam, and then we need 2 11s, 2 5s, 2 4s. It's the same. It's exactly the same parts. Hello, Mr. Comstar. Did you catch this, sir? We've discovered something about
Piano
Tenji.
Mao Niang Ha HBK 4G Simushi Sing Bato Rumekano Kaozong Nizui Moyuriti Masuga. Kotsuku Pitsutoni no Tsuta the Chang Feng no Chauga Fang Shisi Isaruteru Chang. He Ha Kao no one Wojan Rihui Shite Feng Woku Kukoto Sura Dekimasin.
You know what I mean? Ooh, I just fucked that part up pretty bad. What was that? Those were 9s? Wait. 9s? Is that right? When did I use 9s? Hold on. That's an incorrect part. Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't adding up here. 9s. Where the fuck did I use 9s at? Hold up. Maybe it's mislabeled. Maybe I'm misreading it. I have to be misreading it because it's the only parts that are left. I gotta pay more attention. That's what that is there. That's all that is. Okay. I'm panicking over nothing. I just didn't pay attention when I cut the fucking thing off. Because they look right. And I bet you if I rewind this, they were actually 11s, and I just was looking in the wrong position. Okay. I think that's our parts. Now we're gonna pop these free from there's been this this muscle car guy has been like going through the neighborhood like 6 or 7 times a day lately. Absolutely fucking flooring it between red lights. It is very loud. But we do know that that man, I'm assuming man, and maybe shouldn't, but regardless, we do know that that individual has a massive hog. You can tell by how obnoxious his behavior is. Alright, so more mold line scraping. I'm going to scrape this free. Get our little pile of parts all scraped down. Okay. Oh, fuck, I stabbed myself. Not bad, not enough to draw blood. I felt it. I felt that tip penetrating my skin. I was able to stop it very quickly. Alright. Let's get these things rubbed down. These are also going to be like mostly hidden and probably caked with grime and muck and mud. And then in addition, they're going to be on the underside of a model that is glued to a base with like sandbags around it. I would wager that I could skip entirely the mold line removal on these suspension bits, and no one would ever notice. I'm fairly certain that the wheels, even without the grime, even without the muck and mud caked on them, I am fairly certain that the wheels alone would hide these from view. So once again, we're performing a SOP here. I think this will be a good talking point in the video as well. Musing on why do we remove the mold lines from parts that you'll never see. Mako says, good night, all gonna pass out. All those of you with manic sleep tendencies when I wake up. You have a pleasant sleep, sir. Thank you for stopping by. And we'll catch you in the future. Alright, let's get this part cleaned up. Maybe I could do it on frame. This one we chopped really bad right there. But I think it'll be fine because it's the sunken bit. And no one will ever notice it. No one will ever notice. Ba-bink. All right. Let's get that cleaned off. Ah, yes, perfect. This is the cat girls with the cream and the hot dogs. Yes. Perfect. Also, I think it's really funny that as a moderator, you can draw whatever you deem fit and then auto approve it. I find that quite entertaining. All right, let's get that clean. Clean and clear. Just got a few more Billy Bot fits and fiddles, doodads, thingamabobs. All right. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so this guy gets a little bit here. This part's on the inside, we'll never see it, but I do want to clean this ejector pin mark off. That thing right there. There we go. Same here. We're going to clean that pin mark off. Okay. So now I do want to film again. So I think in that regard, let's go ahead and get some parts ready and set up. So each one of these gets 2 of those, 1 of those. So we'll set the next one up here, 2 of those, 1 of those. We get the interior bit. I want the good looking one for the side I'm going to film. That goes there, this goes there, this goes here, that goes there. We do our kerning beforehand. Yes. All right, so we need the phone again. Need the phone. Need the tripod. Beep boop wow. Beep doop down. All right, so first we're going to hit film. I'm going to show our basic type putty to the camera. We get our little metal dish, and we're going to put a dollop in there. We don't need much, just a bit. We're going to show our acetone to the camera, and we're going to pour a little acetone in there. Just a bit, maybe a little bit more. We want it nice and thin. And then we'll show to the camera our nice little trusty brush. And we'll start mixing this in. This would be a fun little piece of footage, I think, to just do full speed. Or not full speed, accelerated speed. Yes. Mm-hmm. Lovely. And then we'll show this bit right here. We're gonna fill that hole right there. Looks like I've got a good angle too, where you guys can see and the camera can see. And then we're gonna take our little part here. Show that we're using 2 pairs of tweezers. Press it down and into place. Use our brush to smooth out the excess, like so. Show the camera our Hobby Cement S. Put a little bit down. Excellent. Next, we take our cement again, or our putty again. We're gonna fill that hole right there till it's nice and full. And we need this little bit right here. And again, we're gonna take our tweezers and do our twin tweezer action, I think. Rotate it until it's correct. Get it in there. Okay, and then we'll do the other one. Same way. Fill that hole with our putty. We want this part. We'll work it into position and we'll rotate it until it's correct. And fumble with it till it's there. Alright, once it's in position, we show the cement to the camera. A little dollopy do there. Do it again. Zips out. Okay. Holy shit, 4 minutes to align those. Alright, next is our little biddly bop here. And I think we have to be especially careful to not hit those bits as we stick this thing down. Really don't want to go, does it? There we go. Get that in position. Boom, beep, ba-doop, ba-doop, bam. There we go. And we flood those joints. Alright, next part. We're going to want to start aligning here. It's going to be hard to film. It's so fiddly and small. We have to line up these pegs. There's one, and the other one's in position as well. I'm going to show that these are in the holes. Give this a nice shake. We want a nice saturated tip here so all that shit will flow. Excellent. Also have to make sure you don't pick up a skibbity boop by mistake. I think that's correct. Yes, I agree. Not to be confused with that skibbity thing that the young people were doing for a while. That is not the same. It is a skibbity boop. Alright. So now, we're going to do that same deal that I was talking about earlier. We're going to prime. I want to prime those two little spots. And we're going to thread the needle, if you will, and press that in till it sticks. One more pass of our cement, and it is quite funny how by the time we're on our third little assembly bit, it goes quick and efficiently. Well, I say quick, but that took 7 minutes to put together. But it's on there. And I think it should be pretty rock solid once it has enough time to, like, kind of, you know, sit and cure before we hit it with paint. Alright, so now we just got to do it again on the other side. Let's refresh our putty with a little bit of acetone to bring it back to life. Doing all right. Doing all right. All right, so same deal. We're gonna fill that hole. And then this feller goes in that slot. We'll use our patented two tweezer method here. Let's get that locked in place. Dude, this is so frustrating. The shape of this bottle. I wonder if it's intentionally shaped. It's like, you can see, it's kind of, once it's down under like 20%, it's kind of impossible to get it to work properly. All right, so same dealio. A little bit of putty. I wonder if fingers will work here better than tweezers. Yeah, almost. Actually, not even almost. Yeah, a lot better. More putty. There we go. Now this one might be slightly problematic. Oh, I didn't clean this part. There we go. Clean enough. Okay. Give that a little tappy do of some cement. What is this? It's methyl ethyl ketone. Honestly, knowing Mr. Hobby, it's probably just xylene. Evidently, Canada had a complaint with Mr. Hobby not putting, not using legal amounts of their chemicals for Canadian import standards. Thought that was really kind of funny. And I can attest to that. With Mr. Hobby, in that they don't make their material data safety sheets available to the public. At least not in a convenient link. They have a form on their website where you can fill it out and request one, and then they just ignore your request. I was looking for, I was trying to figure out what's in the metal primer, which seems to be a discontinued product. Are those lined up? They are. Fuck yeah, dude. I've got it right here. Did you find one? The Mr. What is it? Metal Primer R? Mr. Hobby Mr. Metal Primer. Though, you know, with Mr. Hobby products, kind of hard to get a hold of now. I think VMS is picking up the Cement S is butanone and ethyl acetate. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. It is very fast acting. So they have a nice mixture. There we go. All right, cool. Let's prime this bit right here. Butanone. Butanone. All right, that's fucking progress, y'all. You know, it doesn't seem like it on some level, but that's a lot of little fiddly parts put together. Looky there, looky loo. We've got suspension on our body. Fuck yeah. It's the ketone of butane where butanol is the alcohol shape. Ah, yes. Okay. 12:30 or 2:37. We've been at this for almost 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think we could maybe reasonably we could end it there. We went for what, 2.5 hours last time? There's really not a ton of stuff to do. There's a lot of like greebly bits on the front. I think maybe we could assemble our, that's so many parts. That's so many parts. Should we do that? Should we just do that? So there's a ketone but not mech. Ah, yes. Hey, you fellas. Welcome, Grim. How you doing? Well, I tell you what, Grim, I was just sitting here musing about maybe ending, but since you just showed up, we will do step 13, I think. We'll do step 13 and then we'll call it. So there's so many parts, so many fucking parts. 2D35s, 2D32s, 215s, 230s, 233s. Let's check what frame D looks like. Where's my box? Where's my box? There's my box. Let's see what we got here. All right, is this is D. And I think there's only one D. There is only one D. That is correct. Yes. Let's work with frame D. I think they were all D parts. Skull, skull, skull. Yes, very grim indeed. Stick that in there. Okay. I think we can skip filming this detail. I don't necessarily need to film every little part after all. The smell of chemicals in the air over here is fucking super nice. These are fiddly bits. So we have our very confusing. D10 and 11 is this thing. Alright, so we're gonna pop those free. Let's pop those free. My cutters won't actually, I don't like that angle there. Alright, let's get those free. That's 10 and 11. 10 and 11. Come on, man. There we go. What about double Ds? Yes. Most only have one D. Ah, yes, that is true. And then it does look like 15 goes on the front. So we'll pop off our 15s. Boom, boom. Come on, man. There we go. Pop off our 15s. And then we have a whole bunch of little fiddly doodads. We need 32, 35, and 34. So that's these things. This is, yep, 31, 32, 35, and 34. 31. I'm afraid to cut these things. They're like the same width as the injection site. And then we needed 35s and 34s, which are these things. These are like paper thin parts, whatever the fuck these things are supposed to be. I almost lost that one. Almost lost it. Alright. Get our 35s. And then there was 33 and 30. Where is 30? 30 is right here. Oh man, these are fucking nightmare parts. Dude, a stiff breeze and would just send... I may have just lost that just now. Where did that go? It's so small that it just pinged off into non-existence. It vanished before my eyes. It's gone. That's really fucking bad. Ass. Oh. It was on my thigh. It was on my fucking shorts. It pinged all the way over here. They are fact dudes and dads. You mean double D's? Dudes and dads? It smells like acetone in here, y'all. You know, cutting this thing apart, really, for me, sets forth the case for a good set of very thin, sharp angle side cutters. Like, I'm talking like God hand tier. Yeah, no kidding, nice save legs. It was sitting on top of the, it was like stuck in the texture of my gym shorts. Which I don't wear to go to the gym, I just wear because I'm fat. And they're comfortable. Shout out to Stretchy Clothes. Let's save all these little bits of styrene for my jar of styrene. Alright, let's start cleaning this up. Okay, so we'll set a few things up. Dude, the wind is blowing hella hard today. It is nice and chilly. I am here for it. This is the part in question that pinged off onto my thigh. If that had hit the floor, it'd been gone forever. Okay, so we should now have 2 of these parts in that shape. Yeah, so we'll put 1 on each. We should have 2 in the mirror shape, so we'll put that over there. Are these the same part? Can't really tell. Okay, yeah. 1 each in that shape there. And now we have 2 little piles of work. Let's start cutting down and assembling. Let's get a mental image of what we're doing as well, real quick. So, we're taking the U shape and we're attaching the front panel to it. It looks like this is going to go on there without any interference from the doodads. Does this go like inside of this, like that? Or does it stick on the front of it? I can't really tell. No, this comes out. Is it like this? Nope. It is definitely like that. How does this go on there? This clips in here. Yeah, okay. That clips in there. And then this thing should go on like that. And then we have these little clamps with the little rings that put that thing together. I'm wondering what this gap is all about. I mean, I guess we'll find out later. Okay. Any case, let's clean up our parts. Clean up our parts and then we can move forward. Can I zoom this back in for y'all? Zoof. Yeah, I think so. It's really hard to tell what's meant to be there. Some of the flashing is a little bit bad. That's fine. That's part of the charm of a project like this, right? Is the cleanup, the time spent messing with it. This isn't going to be visible, but it might interfere with assembly. That's a little bit rough right there. I maybe carved a little bit too much out there just now. Let's see if we can't scrape it back. Yeah, sick. I think this like protrusion here is maybe not supposed to be there. Okay, that looks all right. So let's go on to this thingamabob. Start cleaning up those edges, edging that part correctly. Yummy. Could be an oversight on the model. I've run into those kind of gaps on models before. Yeah, I could see that. Especially on this, like, kind of ass tier, mass manufactured Russian kit. Alright, so we need to clean that right there. I realize I'm bad about keeping this on camera. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Okay, and then we got these things. That's got to get cleaned up. Like, the fuck am I supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? That's bonkers. Like, I just almost fucked that up really bad just now. Okay, that's fine. And then we got another one right here. I should probably bring the focus up a little higher. Let's try that real quick. Image adjustments. Let's bring our focus in right there. Yeah, much better. I wonder if I can get a little closer with the clippers first. Yeah, sick. I think parts like this show why it's important to have like a super sharp knife. I need that knife to kind of go through this like butter. So small. Such a fiddly little doodad. Okay, so let me see if I can figure this out correctly. So I think this part seats here. Like that. I believe this seats here. It doesn't help that the picture shows it from like the top down angle, so like none of the important details are preserved. So these things definitely go onto that. That's what we know for sure. Like so. And then this whole thing should come together. That I mean, it looks to me that the little peg has to go, the little tab has to sit here. And the whole thing rests. God damn. Like, the tab is just the wrong size. The tolerances for these parts is not, like, good. Not even a little bit. It looks like if we put this here, then it sticks out, like, really far. So that can't be correct. I believe it's... I need 3 fucking hands here. It looks like it goes like that, right there. To me, at least. And it appears if we really, really line this up, then... they fit. So that's what we're going to do now. First step, we're going to take our Cement S. Metal molds don't wear out like the rubber ones, but they do wear over time. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. Alright, so we're going to do like a... We're just going to really coat this whole edge right here. Because it appears to me, if we nicely line that up,
I am the cream, yeah. The cream of the crop.
And what do you know,
and there
there's
is
a
no
redemption.
one that does it better.
What? Okay, we're gonna need a little bit of super glue here, I think. Let's get out our Instacure Extra Thin, which is all I have left. I'll put a little bit in this receptacle. And we're going to use this tool I made recently to apply a little bit of this super thin, because it ain't really gonna work unless I tack this shit down first. Don't need much, just a...
Well, you want to woo woo? It's that woo woo. You know what I'm saying?
It is that
saying
woo
way
woo.
too loud.
That's only in the morning. You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast or somebody, and so that's like an alarm clock. Woo woo!
What a monster. This is a fucking nightmare part. There's no, like, there's nothing to align it. And that super glue cured before I could get the part on. What could I use to affix this? Maybe the putty? Maybe put a little putty down, and that'll create enough grip to like get it to adhere long enough for me to take my hands off it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Well, we just put a little bit right there. That also is dry before I could get the fluids, you're letting me down. I need something that is tacky long enough for me to align this part. Hot glue, maybe, is the solution here. Okay, that did it. Okay, it's tacked. It's tacked. So we can actually even take this here putty, I think, and come in here and hit those fucking joins with it. Kind of using it like a little bit of sprue goo, almost. There we go. Hit fire. 'Tis why I bought it. Super thin? Yeah, but it's brittle. Or are you saying you bought it for the tacking? I'm assuming you're talking about the wicking potential. Problem is, I want this to weld, and the super thin ain't gonna do. I want that action right there. There we go. Oh, that fucking... Yep, and now we can slide this around till it's in position. Ah, hell yeah. Alright. Damn. Tell me we've been fiddling around with this for 20 damn minutes. Okay. Let's get this in position here. Damn it, I misaligned the whole fucking thing. Shit. Fire. Can I shift this down? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Thank goodness. Because that could have been very problematic. I misaligned that bit a little bit. There we go. Here's our part. And I think we're doing the same deal. We're going to come in and brush that down with some cement and stick it in position. See what I mean? Like, the little tab is really tiny and doesn't actually fit that hole. We're gonna flood that spot. Trying to bend on me. There we go. Let's see, does this need trimming? It does. A little trim there. Ah yes, I love scale pieces. They aren't at all nerve-wracking. I really need one of those like watchmakers aprons that like clips to the desk. Wait. This is not the correct part. This is not the correct part. Okay. Yeah. Gotta clean this one up now. Dude, I've gotta wonder, like, how little of the work that goes into one of Night Shift's projects is actually recorded. How much fiddly stuff like this is that man doing without having the camera on? Okay, this is also the... Are all these parts fucking identical? Yes. Okay, so there's a problem with this. All right, these parts have like there's like a little micro bevel. It's like a little micro bevel. That looking on it is on one side. And so in theory there should be that micro bevel to the outside of both parts, but it appears that 31 and 32 are identical. There's no difference between these parts. They're all left. They're all left-handed. Ah, yes. Thank goodness for Russian efficiency. Oh, I just put that on the wrong side again. Yeah, that's gonna, well, hopefully maybe not bug the shit out of me forever. I think the solution is maybe to... I could go in with like a sanding sponge later when this is all set up. It is on the bottom of the model, so it shouldn't be a huge issue. Can you please go on the fucking part? That would be really cool if you'd cooperate. I hate this. There is no left and right. They're both they're all left. Lame. Extra lame. It's actually not true that they're identical. They're the identical shape, but one of the pegs is slightly bigger than the other. So they don't sit nice and flush. Make sure to drop the part. That's really cool. I guess when it sets, I'll hit it with the... with something. Sanding sponge. You can see that it is not the same. Or you can see that it's the same part and not like actually correct. Song is booping. It is indeed. I like it when the song does a boop. Alright, I have lost a part, it appears. At some point in all of that, I have lost a part. I'm missing one of these. I can't even pick it up, it's so fucking tiny. I'm missing one of these. How has this happened? How to fuck is this happened? It's somehow in the pile of other parts, even though I moved it earlier. Now see, these are mirrored. Why didn't they mirror that part? There's also like no guidance on where this part goes because their picture is really bad. I can't tell what's supposed to happen here. It looks like this is a mounting point for the little bar. It maybe goes there. Although this tab is huge. Like, look at all that wiggle. All that tolerance inside of there. It fucking... Don't buy Russian kits. The instructions are bad, the parts are bad. Is there a picture of this assembled at some point? with a useful angle. Okay, so this part, when assembled at the end, I believe this part right here, it's supposed to be at some kind of angle, but we never see this part at any angle other than this. So I can't tell like what angle it's supposed to sit at. So let's maybe consult the box art and see if that illuminates the situation. It looks like it angles down. So this angles downward. So this thing's going to go on an angle down like that. And then this thing has an angled connection point. So let's do that bit now. Let's go ahead and get this thing in position. I should have done the putty trick. The hole is way bigger than the part again. So we'll have to fill the gap with putty. Standard for traditional mono. Never underestimate the amount Bandai and Temi have done for the industry, and Edward for that matter. Yeah, this is actually atrocious. They put a lot of effort in this kit, but like they've really fucked up some tolerances, like really bad. You know, it's funny, I kind of assumed that Mr. Night Shift did all like the scratch building stuff because he likes to, not because it's absolutely fucking necessary. So we need to fill that hole entirely, and then come in with this thing. So like, they've taken the time to create a peg. It's just like 6 sizes too small. God fucking damn. And in theory, this thing should go. See, I need this on there for me to kind of tell. Yeah, okay, so by putting these parts together, I now know that these little tabs actually go facing towards the back. And because of the shitty artwork, I would have had no idea, no way of knowing that. So let's put a little bit of putty down as a tacky surface. Of course it dries instantaneously, so that was a moot fucking point. Just scrape it off. I think we got to do the super thin tacking again. And then there's so much fucking wiggle room in here that like I have to align it with machine precision. This sucks, actually, a lot. I feel like this has a bad picture so they could save money on the art. So like if this made any sense, if this was well written, this part would be at a different shape. Like this whole cutout right here needs its own section so you could see it from the side, but they don't have an additional drawing. And you can see here too, like this is a copy paste. Image top, image bottom, copy paste. I found in my journeys it's assumed you'll do the footwork in most scale models. Some kits even purposely lean into that by having scarce or easily removed details. Yeah, I just would like tolerances that aren't shit. This model is on par for shittiness with the Zabungle. This is every bit as bad as that Zabungle kit. So far. As far as tolerances go, I guess I should clarify. It's the details are a little better, and I'm probably not going to have to do as much gap filling in the end. I do have a little bit of a square peg round hole situation here too. I wonder if the actual APC looks like that. All right, so this now should fit this bit. It just sucks we got to do this again on the other side, which means we're probably going to be here for another 40 minutes. This is taking every bit of 40, 45. So this thing should then go on here. Like so. But that seems wrong. Okay. These are backwards. See? A side view. A side view would have prevented this. Oof, that's bonded. Let's just remove this paper thin part. You know, it's my fault though for not, you know, knowing exactly what a BTR's every little detail is. Entirely my fault. Don't you know? Here we go. This is a goopy mess. Thanks to my incompetence. I mean, how was I supposed to know that the round end goes in the round hole? So if these are connected, then it should stick out Mr. Muscle Car just went by again. Yeah, okay, that looks like it works. And then now we take this thingamabob and we get more acetone out. Come on, there we go. Get some more acetone out. Stir it up real good. Nice little thick bit of putty. Fill that hole. Find the part which has now vanished. Line all this up. I need 3 hands to do this, of course. Oh, you bitch. You absolute bitch. You fucking bitch. Holy fucking shit. Alright. Maybe I can finagle this. Nope, it's upside down now. So we're gonna flip it over. We're gonna clip it on. And we're gonna continue holding where I'm holding it. Oh, you bitch. Come on. It's like... Alright, we need to hold this firmly in position. Right? Hold this from the front, maybe, I guess. And then we take this part with our third hand and have it ping out of the goddamn tweezers. And then ping it out of the tweezers again. And then can we ping it out of the tweezers a 4th time? This doesn't reach, is the problem. It doesn't actually reach. It doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. You motherfucker. Absolute fucking bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. It doesn't work. It doesn't actually fit. It does not work. And I lost it. I lost the part. Nope, it's on there. I just need like 5 hands to do it, you know? This is too long. This is too short. Maybe these parts are supposed to sit further back. Some clarity in the drawings could help here. I'm assuming I'm supposed to actually scratch build it. Is the thing here? So this is supposed to sit in at like that angle, which means if this sits at that angle, then where's my fucking tweezers? The problem here is I need to have it at the right angle, glued in place, so I can then put the other piece in place and get it glued. But like, if this is at the correct angle, it's about two millimeters too short. Oh, come the fuck on, you dickbag part. And then if it's at this angle, like the part doesn't actually go into the thing. Bam, 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 bam. I'm gonna throw this thing across the room. I hate this model so much right now. What a fucking asshole. What a dick bag. You bitch ass motherfucker. It'd be cool if any of these parts were like actually the right size. It's like, good luck, sir. You know what? I'm just gonna glue this motherfucker in, and then if I get it wrong, oh fucking well. I need 6 hands to do this. This is awful. I'm assuming this is one of those parts where you actually would throw the kit in the trash and then like build the tubes yourself out of copper wire. Because the ones that come with the kit actually don't fit. I'm going to use these little bits here as kind of an alignment. I actually have to hold tension on this part to get it to fit. I have to hold this until the fucking cement cures. And I bet you the moment I try to put this thing on, alright, I'm wrong. Thank goodness I'm wrong. Alright, so this needs to flip to the other side. And then I just fucked it all up. Thank you, part. I only need 12 hands to do this, you know. So there is like a peg that's supposed to align this, but like that's not. I don't think the peg actually goes in the hole. I think the peg creates a flat attachment point, which is really dumb. But if we flood it with cement, it should cement. Can we twist this now? Be correct. Oh, it popped free. What a surprise. What a bastard. What an absolute bastard of a part. You know, I'm glad I didn't film it, but part of me is upset that I didn't film how awful that was, so I could talk about a nightmare in 1/35. Okay, now we can do the whole thing over again. Oh, man. Now, is this a normal part of the modeling process? To go through, like, the joy of putting parts together into, like, rage and frustration? Is that normal? Or is this a side effect of choosing a low-quality kit? Either way, it seems like an important part of the process to go through this, to know what to avoid in the future. Oh fuck, I didn't clean that. Oh well. I assume this will go a little smoother, given that we understand the alignment now. There we go. Now we have these bits. Ba-na-na. We need to hold it with tweezers. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, there's one. Let's get the other one on there. So now we gotta put the glue on the other side. Woo! And we're going to stick that on there. Fiddly bits. Yeah, that went like 10 times faster. Okay, so now we gotta figure out these thingamabobs. And see which side which goes on. That one, I think, goes over here. Yep. It sure does. So now we're gonna flood this hole with some glue. Bit of both. Got a real nice B-29 bomber. When I was like 12, I managed like 4 of the major steps, skipped a page of instructions. I had no idea what was going on and rage quit the kit. Yeah. You know, if anything, This really makes me respect armor modelers all the more. Like, it is damn impressive to put these things together and then make them look nice, knowing that there was probably some bullshit involved at some point along the way. Alright, let's get this in there. Alright, so learning our lessons from before. Let's go ahead and clean this up. This is a nice visible part. Man, I'm just imagining someone taking, like, cutting off little bits of styrene rod and then making like a jig and bending a piece of copper wire to the correct shape. Sounds like a fucking nightmare. Okay. So now let's align these pegs in these holes. Pegs into holes. And then we'll try to match the angle here, I think, is the plan. Let me shift this over. That looks about right. And I think what we'll do here is we're gonna put a little bit of that on there. Okay. And this has to kind of set up. It's a little low. Kind of aligns right there-ish. It's above this bit. They're a crazy bunch, but the work they produce is something else. Them armor modeler crowd. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Alright, let's see. Do we need to do this? I think. Alright, this is still really unstable at the moment. You know, maybe we could just cheat. Maybe we can cheat here and put a little bit of super thin. And just tack it in place enough to get this thingamabob on there. Again, I feel like I should have filmed this, but I think we'll have... Well, that's gone. That's gone. That bit is gone. It pinged out of the fucking goddamn tweezers and it's gone. It went up this way. I will never find that. You cunt. You fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. Holy shit. I said I wouldn't get mad on stream anymore, but oh, I am fucking livid, dude. After all that, you bitch ass bitch motherfucker. Holy fucking shit. Cunt ass model. Cunt bitch. Yes. we're going to glue one of these on. And then I'm going to end the stream. And I'm going to spend the next 2.5 hours manually inspecting every single speck of dust on the ground in my apartment till I find that bit. Because here's the deal. Either I find that part and glue this together, or I have to manually make the part, which means I need to break this one off, and so they match. I love when my tweezers ping off the part. It's really cool. Oh my god, it's so cool. So very, very, not anger-inducing even a little bit. I'm not mad. No. Crazy work and crazy kits. Where could that have gone? Trajectory was this way. You know how these things go. They like ping into other dimensions. When they go flying. That's so fucking lame. I just want to point out, this is two of two projects that have died immediately from losing a part that's less than 1 millimeter across. The other one, the Zabungle kit died because I lost the arms off of the little tiny 1/144 person. Let me crawl around on my hands and knees for a second. We've been blessed by fate. For there it was betwixt the legs of my tripod on the ground, the offending dickhead peg. Yes. Praise Nikita. Praise Nikita. I'll also have you know that that went right in, too. Think if done right it would look well? Well, no need, Mr. Grimm, because we found the little bastard. We found the little bastard. We found that asshole. Okay. Sometimes I guess you just gotta bitch enough, and reality will acquiesce to your complaint. Alright, let's let that dry while we glue this bitch on. I think we're going to glue this thing down with a surplus of cement. Dude. Today is going to be a good day, no matter what. No matter what gets thrown our way. It fits easy peasy. Dude, I can't believe that other one didn't fit and that one just worked. But with that revelation, with that find, with that blessing from Nikita himself, grim determination wins out, and we charge forward with this project, and we have made hella leaps and bounds. I also want to inform you guys the wind is blowing really hard, and I feel that cold air coming into my apartment. I think I can actually turn my box fan off today for the first time in months. Does look like we're gonna need to do a little gap filling here. That might be a good thing to start the next episode on. Let's tack some on the inside here too. A little bit there, a little bit there, and we'll do some here. All right, and then before we end this stream, texture the crap out of the area gap filled. Yeah, I agree. Before we end this stream today, we're going to take... Do I have any Acrision left? Is that... No, that's kind of... That's not usable. Let's do... Take a little bit of how about some X7? Yeah, let's do a little X7. And let's adorn this tank. You know what, I think I'm just gonna dip right out of the bottle in proper sacrilegious fashion. Let's get our focus down on the desk. There we go. Oop. Take that a little too far. There we go. Let's do this model right. Do this model right. Yeah, you see what I'm going for here? And it's gonna come down like this. There we go. Perfect. Yeah? Of course. Perfect. I do need to clean this brush out. All right. Well, I said I wouldn't lose my cool. I told myself I wouldn't lose my cool, but we lost our cool a little bit. Just a little bit. I still maintain that this kit is a little bit of a cunt. It really is. Just a little bit. It's got an attitude that I don't really appreciate. And we're going to overcome. We're going to make it happen. We're going to come back next Sunday, same time, same place. We're going to continue on this kit. Honestly, that's one of the most fiddly bits. I think next episode we're going to start with frame 14. We're going to put the back end together. We're going to put the wheels together. We can move into the turret work. All these like little groovly bits can probably wait to the end. But we're going to charge forward. I think we could probably finish this thing in like 3 more sessions of assembly, and then what we can do at that point is shift. We can shift painting this thing to like a more regular project. Maybe even do some painting on scale model Sunday. But we're gonna charge forward with this. This coming week, we're gonna be doing what's their names? Kitu and Prowenko. Let me grab the model real quick. I'll show y'all the size. It's going to be a bit of a crunch week this week because we have a really big model to paint. They've been primed with a little bit of a zenithal. We're going to do a little bit of OSL on them. But I'll be streaming working on these gals, and we're aiming to get a video out Halloween for y'all of painting this model, Kitu and Prowenko. Yeah, so it should be super fun. Big thanks to those of you gonna paint those ladies in one session. Probably not. It's a lot of work, but I'll get as much done as I can when we dive back in. If not tomorrow on stream, definitely on Wednesday. I will be working on them tomorrow, and then we'll aim to have the video out Friday. So a lot of work coming up. Stay tuned for more. In any case, I have been your grumpy ass host, Cameron, the country boy in the big city, presenting on behalf of Country Fried Minis. This has been another episode of Scale Model Sunday. Catch you next weekend for this project's continuation. Anyhow, that's all I got, and I'll be around. Take it easy. Goodbye. Oh, what's the poll results? Poll results. 80% pop. 80% cat. No, 80% pop, yes. I got confused there for a minute. Babink, what are we looking for? Oh, I need this right here. Let's give y'all one of these. Let's do let's do one second. There's only yeah. There we go. Here we go. I know we're dallying, but there you go. That should come through in just a second. Is it gonna go? It should go. It should go. It should do. Why you know? I'm gonna sit here on the end screen and wait on the thing. Why you queue for so long, sir?
Country Fried Minis asked me, не забудьте использовать только бумажные трубочки с покрытием PFAS от Nathan's Brand. Они лучше всего подходят для пукания. Ха-ха, да уж, эти бумажные трубочки Nathan's Brand с PFAS покрытием — это что-то. Нет ничего лучше, чем старый добрый звук Тартарса, когда ты внезапно решаешь устроить бумажной трубочке музыкальный концерт, но, знаешь, настоящая магия в том, что они также создают атмосферу настоящего уюта на вечеринке. Ничто так не сближает, как бумажный оркестр.
There we go. I can end happily now. See you guys. Where's the damn... Oh, I'm looking at it right here. Bye.